Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. In the quiet hours after curfew, when the torches of Hogwarts Castle burned low and the portraits dozed in their frames, a strange stillness settled over the stone corridors. Even the lake outside lay motionless, its dark waters reflecting only the moon. It was the kind of night when secrets stirred. Deep beneath the castle, past the dripping archways and cool dungeon stones, the entrance to the Slytherin common room slid open to admit a lone boy. Alden Warwick stepped inside, brushing a damp lock of black hair from his brow. He had slipped away from the dormitory, unable to sleep, troubled by a dream that had clung to him like fog. He crossed the room quietly, expecting only firelight and the soft bubbling of the lake pressing against the windows. But the hearth stood dark. No logs burned there tonight. Instead, a single flame hovered above the grate, green as a serpent's eye. Alden froze, his breath caught, not from fear, but recognition. This flame had appeared in his dream. It flickered now with an unnatural, almost deliberate stillness, as if waiting for him. Before he could speak or flee, it stretched upward, dividing into thin tongues of fire that swirled like smoke. Then it whispered, not in English, but in parcel tongue. Alden understood only a fragment. Chosen, awaken. Below, before the flame twisted violently. A spark of emerald light shot across the room and burst against the far wall, leaving no mark behind. The whisper cut off as though someone had snuffed a candle. The flame collapsed, vanishing without a trace. Silence returned. Alden stood unmoving, heart thundering. No one else in his year, perhaps no one else in the entire house, could hear Parseltongue. It wasn't a gift he had ever spoken of. It wasn't something he wanted known. And yet the flame had spoken to him. He hurried to the fireplace, searching for any lingering heat or clue, but the stones were cold. The air no longer smelled of smoke. If someone else walked in now, they would think he was imagining things. But Alden knew what he had seen and heard. A soft footstep sounded behind him. He spun, wand already drawn. But it was only Prefect Lysa Bletchley, her expression sharp as always. "What are you doing awake?" she demanded, her voice a low hiss. "And why are you waving your wand at the hearth?" Alden swallowed the truth. "Couldn't sleep," he replied. "Came down for some air." Lysa's eyes narrowed, but she didn't press further. "Return to your dormitory. There's been enough trouble this week without students prowling about." Trouble. Alden knew she meant the mysterious scorch marks found near the potions classroom, the faint sulfurous odor drifting through the dungeons, and the way several students claimed to have heard whispering echoes in the pipes. But none of that was like what he had just witnessed. He obeyed, retreating toward the boys' dormitory stairs. Yet before he stepped away, he cast one last glance at the dark hearth. The stones looked harmless, ordinary, but something ancient had woken there. In his room, Alden lay awake long after Lisa's footsteps faded. His mind returned again and again to the flame's warning. He hardly noticed the cold creeping from the stone walls, nor the faint gurgle of the lake outside. Instead, he pictured those emerald sparks and the feeling that something, someone, had reached out to him. He whispered into the quiet room, though he knew no one could hear. What does it want? Sleep finally came, restless and shallow. At dawn, the castle awoke to whispers of an incident in the Slytherin common room. Rumors spread swiftly. A cursed spell, a prank gone wrong, or perhaps a trick played by Peeves. Professors arrived to inspect the hearth, though they found nothing unusual. The official word, passed from prefects to curious students, was simple. No danger. Remain calm. Avoid speculation. Alden said nothing as he dressed. He kept silent through breakfast, silent through the walk to his first class, silent even when murmurs of green light and mysterious fire rippled down the hallway. No one knew the truth, but Alden felt it still, an unease curling inside him like smoke. He sensed that the emerald flame had not finished with him. Something was stirring beneath Hogwarts, something tied to the legacy of Salazar Slytherin himself, and whatever waited in the depths had marked him. By afternoon, the unease had grown into certainty. When Alden passed a narrow corridor outside the library, a faint scent of ash drifted through the air, though no torches burned nearby. He slowed, listening. There it was again, whispering, soft, far away. Parseltongue. A chill swept through him. Not the corridor's cold, but something deeper, intentional, calling. He clenched his fists, steeling himself. The conflict had begun, though he did not yet understand it. A strange power stirring beneath the school, seeking to awaken through him. And before long, it would reveal its first twist. Morning light slanted through the tall windows of the great hall, yet Alden felt little warmth from it. He ate in silence, listening to the low hum of gossip drifting through the 4 house tables. Word of the strange green fire had spread far beyond Slytherin overnight, growing wild in retelling. Some claimed a dragon's breath had spilled through the hearth. Others insisted a ghost had attempted to set the dungeons ablaze. None of it came close to the truth, and Alden kept his gaze fixed upon his plate, wary that someone might read the truth in his eyes. After breakfast, lessons carried on, as always, though the castle felt oddly restless. The students moved in clusters, glancing often toward the floors and walls, as if expecting a flare of emerald light to erupt at any moment. Even the professors seemed tense. In charms, Professor Flitwick's wand trembled slightly as he demonstrated a spell, and in potions, the simmering cauldrons seemed to hiss like serpents. Alden tried to lose himself in his work, but the memory of the whispered Parseltongue lingered like a shadow over every thought. The flame had not simply spoken, it had summoned, and of all the students in Hogwarts, it had chosen him. By midday, his nerves grew taut as bowstring. During a break between classes, he slipped away from the crowds and wandered down a lesser-used stairway behind an old statue of a knight. Here the air felt colder, the stone damp beneath his fingertips. As he reached the bottom of the steps, he halted. The corridor ahead was empty, yet a faint trail of ash lay scattered across the floor in thin, deliberate strokes. It reminded him of claw marks. Alden knelt, touching the ash with a cautious hand. It smudged easily, too easily to be from torches or fireplaces. Before he could examine it further, a voice echoed down the corridor. "That is not where I expected to find you, Warwick." He flinched and rose swiftly. Mara Dalloway, a Gryffindor from his year, strode toward him, her auburn hair bright against the dim stone. She folded her arms, studying him with eyes sharp as a hawk's. He stiffened. "Why are you following me?" "I wasn't," she said. "But everyone's whispering about strange events in the dungeons, and when you disappeared from the courtyard, I grew curious." Her gaze drifted to the ash on the floor. "You always seem to be near the odd happenings, don't you?" Alden bristled, though he kept his voice steady. "Coincidence?" "Hardly," she murmured. For a moment, they stood in uneasy silence. Gryffindors and Slytherins seldom mingled without sparks, and Alden had never exchanged more than a handful of words with Mara beyond classroom debates. She was bold, outspoken, quick-witted, the kind of student who would charge headfirst into danger. The opposite of him, who preferred silence and shadows. A gust of cold air stirred the ash around their feet. Mara's eyes widened a fraction. "The castle is breathing strangely," she whispered. "Can you feel it?" Alden did. It was like the pulse of something hidden beneath the stones, steady and patient. A slow rising heat, as though a furnace deep underground had begun to wake. He swallowed. "We shouldn't be here." "Oh? And yet here we stand." She stepped past him, following the faint trail of ash. He reached out to stop her, but she moved with too much certainty. The corridor narrowed ahead, the ceiling lowering into a tight arch as they continued downward. Alden's heartbeat hammered in his ears. Then the whisper returned, soft, serpentine, calling his name. Alden froze mid-step. Mara glanced back. "What is it?" He did not answer. The whisper coiled around him like invisible smoke, curling into his ears with chilling clarity. "Below. Awaken. Chosen." The words slithered through his thoughts in Parseltongue. Torchlight flickered wildly, though no breeze touched them. Shadows writhed along the walls, lengthening as though drawn to him. The ancient stones beneath his feet vibrated with a low, humming tension. "Alden?" Mara stepped closer. "You look pale." He forced breath into his lungs. "We need to leave. Now." But before they could turn back, the corridor behind them sealed with a violent crash. Stones slid into place, forming a solid wall where open passage had stood only seconds earlier. Dust billowed outward, filling the air with a dry, earthy scent. Mara gasped. "The castle's shifting. What in Merlin's name?" The whisper surged suddenly, louder, filled with urgency. "Below. Come below." Before Alden could take another step, the floor beneath them trembled. A circle of ancient runes flared to life in a bright emerald glow. Green flames burst upward, spiraling into a shimmering column that engulfed them in light but did not burn. Mara drew her wand, ready to strike, but Alden grabbed her arm. "Don't. It isn't fire. Not truly." The flames parted like curtains, revealing a stairway descending into darkness, a stairway no student had ever seen, no map had ever shown. At its mouth lay a single symbol, etched into the stone, a coiled serpent crowned by emerald flame. Mara exhaled slowly. "That is not school-sanctioned." Alden's voice was hushed. "It's calling to me." She shot him a look, both wary and determined. "Then you're not going alone." He opened his mouth to protest, but she stepped past him onto the top stair. Her bravery struck him like a spark against tinder. Reluctantly, he followed. Together, they descended, green flames lighting the path ahead in eerie pulses. The conflict had sharpened, no longer an unseen stirring, but a force dragging them deeper below the castle. Something ancient awaited them, a relic tied to Salazar Slytherin himself. And though Alden sensed danger coiling tighter with every step, a strange certainty grew within him. Whatever lay in the depths had chosen him for a reason, and soon they would uncover the first truth of its awakening. The stairway wound downward like the throat of some slumbering beast, its stones ancient and uneven beneath Alden's feet. The green flames that lined the walls flickered softly, giving off neither heat nor smoke. yet casting long shadows that danced like wavering serpents. Mara kept close beside him, her wand raised, though its light seemed feeble beside the eerie emerald glow. Neither spoke as they descended. The castle above felt impossibly distant now, as though they had slipped into a forgotten world hidden beneath Hogwarts' very foundations. The air grew cooler, thick with a faint metallic scent, and Alden sensed the whispering presence drawing nearer, no longer a distant call, but a breath against the back of his mind. At last, the stairs ended at a stone archway, half carved with runes so eroded that even he could not decipher them. Beyond lay a long chamber, narrow as a corridor, yet taller than any hall in Hogwarts, its ceiling lost in darkness. A shallow channel of water cut through the center, glimmering with reflections of the green flames that floated above it. Mara let out a low whistle. No student's ever been down here. Not even fifth-year adventurers bother with places like this. Alden stepped forward cautiously. This place wasn't meant to be found. He did not say the rest aloud, that the place had been meant for him. They followed the water channel deeper into the chamber. Along the walls, stone reliefs emerged from the dark, carvings of serpents coiled and intertwined, their fanged mouths open in silent warnings. Mara studied them warily. Slytherin symbols, she murmured. But old, really old. Alden nodded. The carvings bore none of the refinement of modern enchantment. They belonged to the era of the Founders, when spells were shaped more by will than by wandwork. As they walked, Alden brushed his fingers lightly against one of the carvings. At his touch, the serpent's eyes flared with emerald light. He withdrew his hand instantly, but it was too late. The chamber responded. A roar of shifting stone echoed from ahead. Mara tensed, wand raised, and Alden stepped in front of her instinctively. But instead of an attack, the wall at the far end of the chamber slid apart, revealing a tall doorway that had not been there moments before. The whisper filled his ears, clearer, stronger. "Chosen, enter." Mara glanced at him sharply. "You hear something, don't you? Something I don't." Alden hesitated, then nodded. "It speaks in parcel tongue." Her expression tightened with concern. "Then whatever lies beyond that doorway, it's meant for you." She did not ask how or why. She did not question the danger. She merely stepped beside him, steady and sure. Together, they crossed the threshold. Inside lay a circular chamber lit by a single suspended flame, the same unnatural emerald fire that had appeared in the common room. Beneath it stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an object wrapped in tarnished metal bands. The room seemed to hold its breath. Mara whispered, "A relic." Alden stepped forward, drawn by invisible threads. The whispering in his mind had grown silent now, replaced by the steady pulse of the flame above the relic. "It wants me to open it," he murmured. Mara grabbed his sleeve. "Wait, we don't know what it is. It could be cursed. It could be..." But before she finished, the flames around the pedestal surged downward, swirling around Alden like a spiraling cloak. His vision blurred with green light. When the flames receded, the metal bands around the relic snapped open with a sharp crack. Inside lay a crystal sphere, the size of an apple, filled with swirling green fire. Alden stared in stunned silence. The verdant pyre. Mara stiffened. "You know what it is?" He swallowed. He had seen its name once, in a worn passage of an old Slytherin text in the library, long forgotten among dusty volumes. The verdant pyre had been an early creation of Salazar Slytherin, a vessel of serpentine fire said to draw upon the magic of the castle itself. But the text had warned that the relic was sealed away for good reason. It was unstable. Mara whispered, "If this is real, why would the flames lead you here?" "I don't know," Alden replied, "but someone tried to unseal it. Those scorch marks in the dungeons, the whispers in the pipes, they weren't random. Someone's been awakening the pyre." He lifted the sphere carefully. The moment his hands closed around it, a shock ran through him, cold as ice yet burning at its core. The flames inside the sphere surged wildly, swirling faster. Mara took a step back. "Alden, put it down." "I can't," he gasped. His fingers refused to open. The sphere clung to him as though bound by invisible chains. The flames reflected in his eyes, growing brighter, sharper. And then the chamber trembled. The water channel outside thundered with sudden motion, as though something massive stirred beneath it. A deep, echoing rumble rose through the chamber walls. Mara grabbed his arm. "We have to get out, now." But before they reached the doorway, shadows burst from the walls. 3 dark-robed figures masked in silver. Mara halted instantly, wand raised, ready to fight. Alden clutched the flaming sphere, its light pulsing with frantic energy. One of the robed figures stepped forward. His voice was cold as winter stone. "Release the verdant pyre, boy. It does not belong to you." Alden's heart pounded. "Who are you?" "We are the rightful heirs of Slytherin's flame." The chamber walls shook again, dust raining from above. Mara's grip tightened on her wand. Alden felt the relic's heat searing through his hands, its flames begging to be unleashed, yet he sensed that doing so would bring ruin. The conflict sharpened like a blade, the relic pulling him toward awakening, while these masked intruders sought to claim its power. Alden stood between them, chosen by the flame, hunted by its seekers, and the chamber erupted into chaos as the first spell was cast. Spells burst through the chamber in streaks of crimson and silver. Mara deflected the first curse with a swift sweep of her wand, the force of it shuddering through her arm. Alden ducked behind the nearest pillar, clutching the verdant pyre against his chest as its flames churned like a living storm. The masked intruders advanced with practiced precision, silent, coordinated, as though they had trained for this moment. Another spell cracked against the stone beside Alden, showering him with dust. Mara stepped into the path of the attackers, her stance firm, her voice steady despite the danger. "Expelliarmus!" The nearest intruder blocked it with a flick of his wand and retaliated with a bolt of spiraling blue light. Mara dodged, rolling behind a column as the spell scorched a smoking gouge across the floor. Alden's thoughts raced. He felt the pyre pulsing through his hands, each beat like a heartbeat, each flicker whispering through his mind. The chamber trembled again, as if the relic were calling to the very foundations of Hogwarts. He pressed his back to the cold stone, trying to steady his breath. The leader of the masked group stepped forward, his silver mask gleaming in the emerald firelight. The pyre was sealed for good reason. "Return it." His voice echoed with a cold authority that made Alden's skin crawl. "I can't!" Alden shouted. "It won't let go." "Then you must be forced." The leader raised his wand. Mara sprang from cover, shouting, "Stupefy!" Her spell struck the leader squarely in the chest. The impact staggered him, though he did not fall. Instead, he turned his gaze on her, mask tilting slightly. "You should not meddle in Slytherin business, Gryffindor." Mara's expression tightened. "You're not the first to say that." Before the leader could reply, Alden felt the pyre flare violently. The green flames inside surged upward, pressing against the inside of the crystal sphere, like a creature desperate to escape. Heat shivered through his arms, though it did not burn. Instead, the whispering voice returned, urgent, insistent. Unseal. Awaken. Defend. Alden shook his head, fighting against it. No, not now. But the relic's power surged through him, and the chamber answered. A ring of green fire erupted around him, spiraling outward and forcing the masked attackers to fall back. Mara shielded her face, though the flames parted gently around her, passing like harmless wind. The leader lowered his wand. So the pyre has chosen you. Foolish thing. Alden stepped forward, still holding the sphere. Who are you? What do you want with this? We seek what Slytherin abandoned, the leader replied. Power forged from the serpent's flame. Magic that answers only to those of true lineage. Mara scoffed. You talk like a cheap villain from a storybook. The leader ignored her. His mask turned toward Alden. You brought the pyre to life. You will bring it to us. Alden tightened his grip. I won't. The leader raised his wand once more. Then you leave me no choice. He unleashed a jet of silver fire, bright as lightning and twice as fierce. The spell hurled toward Alden, twisting through the air like a serpent of light. Mara leapt between them, casting a shield charm, but the impact shattered her defense with a thunderous crack. The shock wave knocked both students backward. Alden hit the floor hard. The pyre rolled from his hands, spinning across the stone until it collided with the pedestal where it had rested moments before. The flames inside roared to life, illuminating the chamber in a blinding surge of emerald brilliance. The masked intruders shielded their eyes, and then the pyre moved. It lifted from the pedestal, rising slowly into the air. The green flames inside burst outward, coiling around the sphere like ethereal serpents. The relic hovered above the ground, pulsing with ancient power. The leader's voice trembled. It is awakening. Alden forced himself to stand. No, I won't let you take it. But before he could reach the pyre, the leader struck again, this time not with a spell, but with a command. Seize it! The other two masked figures lunged. Mara intercepted them, her wand flashing with rapid fire spells. She fought fiercely, pushing them back step by step, her determination unbroken even as sparks flew around her. Mara! Alden called. I'll help. No! She shouted over the noise. The pyre is reacting to you. Control it, before it tears the chamber apart. Alden turned toward the relic. The flames now lashed against the air, flickering with violent intensity. The whispering filled his mind again, but now the words were frantic, half-shaped. Awaken, bind, restore. He stepped closer, holding out his hand. Listen to me, he whispered, though he wasn't sure the relic could hear. Calm yourself. For a heartbeat, the flames slowed. The sphere trembled, hovering within reach. Alden's fingers brushed the smooth crystal surface, and the pyre erupted. A wave of emerald fire blasted outward, engulfing the chamber. The masked intruders cried out. Mara stumbled backward, shielding her face. The flames surged upward, striking the ceiling with thunderous force. Stone cracked. Dust rained down. The entire structure groaned as though under immense weight. Alden felt the world tilt as the floor shuddered beneath his feet. Cracks spread across the tiles like spreading roots, radiating from where the pyre hovered. Alden! Mara cried. The chamber's collapsing! He reached toward the pyre again, not in command, but in desperation. Stop! The flames surged once more, then froze. A single pulse echoed through the room, deep and resonant. The relic dropped suddenly into Alden's hands, the flames folding back into the sphere like vanishing shadows. Silence fell. Dust drifted. The masked attackers lay scattered across the floor, stunned but breathing. Mara stood with wand in hand, chest rising with rapid breaths. Alden held the sphere tightly, its warmth now strangely gentle. The leader stirred, lifting his mask just enough for Alden to glimpse a pair of cold, gray eyes. This is not finished. The pyre will claim what is owed. He vanished in a swirl of dark smoke. Not apparition, for that was impossible inside the castle, but some lesser, twisting charm. The other masked figures followed, dissolving into the air like shadows fleeing light. Mara lowered her wand. They'll return. Alden nodded. And the pyre. It's connected to them somehow. He gazed at the sphere, feeling its faint pulse against his palms. The conflict around the relic had only begun. Danger stirred around it like coils of a waking serpent. Mara approached, grim but steady. Then we need answers, and quickly. Alden looked toward the stairway they had descended, now half filled with rubble and dust. Their path back to Hogwarts would not be easy. And beyond the broken chamber, secrets waited, older and more perilous than either of them yet knew. For a time, Alden and Mara listened to the settling groans of the shattered chamber, wary that the ceiling might collapse entirely. Dust drifted from above like pale ash, and every distant echo made Mara lift her wand, ready to strike at whatever moved. Alden remained still, the verdant pyre cupped carefully between his palms, its faint glow washing his fingers in green light. "We cannot stay here," Mara whispered. "This place feels ready to crumble." Alden nodded, though his gaze lingered on the relic. The pyre no longer pulsed with violent force, yet it felt awake, aware of him, as though the chaotic surge of power had forged some fragile link between them. The whispering had faded to a quiet hum, but he sensed its attention like a watchful eye. With care, they navigated the fractured chamber. Stones lay scattered in jagged heaps, and deep cracks split the floor in winding patterns. The doorway they had entered through now slanted awkwardly, half blocked by fallen debris. Together they worked to clear a narrow passage, pushing aside broken chunks of stone until a crawl space formed. Mara ducked through first. "Be quick," she murmured. "This whole place might shift again." Alden followed, sliding the pyre through ahead of him so it wouldn't be crushed. When he emerged back into the long, relief-carved corridor, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The serpents on the walls remained unmoving, yet their carved eyes seemed to gleam faintly, as if awakened by the relic's turmoil. The corridor's shallow water channel trickled softly, unaffected by the chaos beyond. Mara glanced around cautiously. "We're alone, but the attackers cannot have gone far." Alden touched the cold stone, remembering how the serpent's eyes had lit at his touch earlier. "This place responds to Parseltongue, to the pyre. That's how they found us, and how they'll follow us again." "Then we move swiftly," Mara said, "and we stay together." They pressed onward, retracing their steps through the ancient pathway. The green flame sconces, though faint now, still lit their way with flickering pulses. Their ascent up the long winding stair felt steeper than before, as though the castle itself resisted their departure. At several points, the stones trembled beneath their feet, but they pressed on until at last the stairway ended at the sealed arch, now a solid wall of stone that had once been the corridor. Alden frowned. "It closed behind us when we descended. I'm not sure it will open without the pyre's influence." Mara gave him a pointed look. "Then ask it nicely, preferably without any more explosions." Alden stepped forward, holding the sphere close. "Open," he whispered, not in English, but in Parseltongue. The sound slithered through the air, low and resonant. The pyre glowed faintly in response, and the wall shuddered. Slowly, Grinding stone echoed through the passage as the sealed archway parted. Dust cascaded from the ceiling as the old magic obeyed. Mara exhaled. Good. Let's hope the rest of the castle cooperates. They emerged once more into the narrow stairwell by the old knight's statue. To Alden's surprise, the corridor was quiet. No students, no professors, and no sign that the castle had witnessed the battle below. Only the faint echo of their own footsteps filled the air. "Where do we go now?" Mara asked. "Not the Slytherin common room," Alden replied instantly. "If the intruders are watching any place, it will be there." Mara nodded. "Then the library. If the verdant pyre has a history of power, there must be records, hidden ones." Alden felt tension knot in his chest. Restricted section? Obviously. They moved with haste through the dim corridors until they reached the library's tall oak doors. Madame Pince was nowhere in sight, which Mara considered a small miracle. Quietly, they slipped inside. The library's vast shelves loomed like shadowy guardians, the ceiling vanishing into dusky rafters. A soft hush wrapped around them, a sacred stillness broken only by the faint rustle of pages stirred by wandering drafts. Mara guided Alden toward a secluded alcove. "Wait here. I know how to get us in." She vanished briefly down a side aisle and returned with a familiar object, a fraying silvery cloth. Alden blinked in surprise. "Is that a disillusionment charm?" "No." She smirked faintly. "Borrowed it from a friend who borrows it from someone else. Trust me." She threw the shimmering fabric over both of them. The world blurred, and the alcove melted into a faint shimmer of distorted shapes. They moved like shifting air toward the iron gate of the restricted section. With a gentle flick of her wand, Mara whispered a charm that mimicked the librarian's key. Old magic she must have seen used many times. The lock clicked open. Inside, the shelves were darker, the tomes bound in strange materials, their spines marked by symbols of ancient magic. Alden felt the pyre vibrate faintly, as though resonating with the knowledge contained within. They navigated the rows until Mara found a heavy, cracked spine titled Relics of the Serpent's Flame. She opened it carefully on a nearby table. The pages were brittle, but the ink glimmered faintly with preserved enchantment. "There," Mara said, pointing to an illustration. "The verdant pyre." The drawing depicted the crystal sphere, flames trapped within. Beside it, in spidery script, lay a warning. "Forged from serpent's breath and founder's will, the pyre binds to its chosen bearer. Its flame awakens only for one who speaks with the tongue of serpents." Alden felt unease curl through him. Mara continued reading. "Its awakening stirs ancient wards beneath the castle. Should the flame be misused, the pyre may consume the magic around it, unraveling enchantments both old and new." She glanced at Alden. So it wasn't just shaking that chamber. It could destroy the school. Alden swallowed. Then those masked intruders. They want the pyre to harness that destruction. They might want more than that, Mara murmured, flipping the page. The text here grew faint, the ink nearly faded. Some believed the pyre was left unfinished, sealed away by Slytherin himself when it proved too volatile. She paused. Unfinished. That means it can still change. Alden tightened his grip on the sphere. Then we must keep it out of their hands at any cost. But as he spoke, a low creak echoed through the library. Mara stiffened. Alden extinguished the faint glow of the pyre beneath his robes. Footsteps sounded at the far end of the restricted section, slow, deliberate, growing nearer. Mara motioned for silence and drew Alden behind a tall shelf just as a lantern's light swept between the aisles. Through the narrow gap beside the books, Alden glimpsed a figure he instantly recognized: Professor Snape. His dark robes trailed like living shadows as he moved, his expression unreadable. He walked with measured steps, his eyes scanning the shelves, not searching for forbidden students, but for something else entirely. Mara mouthed silently. Does he know? Alden could not answer. Instead, he held his breath as Snape paused, lifting one hand toward a shelf just feet from where they hid. His fingers brushed the spine of an ancient volume, lingering there thoughtfully. Then he spoke, softly, as though addressing an unseen presence. It has awakened. A chill swept through Alden. Snape lowered his hand, and whoever touched it has drawn attention far older than they understand. Mara's grip tightened on Alden's sleeve. Snape turned sharply, lantern swinging, and for a moment, Alden feared the professor's gaze would pierce the enchantment concealing them. But Snape only murmured to himself, "I must inform the headmaster." With that, he strode away, disappearing into the darkness between the shelves. When the echoes faded, Mara finally exhaled. Well, that complicates things. Alden clutched the pyre, feeling its faint pulse answer his rising fear. The conflict surrounding the relic had grown, and now the eyes of Hogwarts' greatest defenders had turned toward the verdant pyre, and toward Alden himself. Long minutes passed before either Alden or Mara dared to move. The silence within the restricted section felt heavier now, as if Snape's presence had left the shadows more watchful than before. Alden could still hear the professor's final words echoing through his mind, an omen rather than a warning. It has awakened. The verdant pyre pulsed quietly beneath his robes, as if pleased by the attention. At last, Mara tugged gently at Alden's sleeve. "We should leave before he comes back," she whispered. "If Snape senses something amiss, he'll double back." They slipped to the edge of the shelves, still shrouded under the shimmering cloth. Under its veil, they moved silently, weaving through the rows until they reached the iron gate. Mara coaxed the lock open with a whispered charm, and together they stepped into the main library, dim and vast beneath the pale glow of enchanted lanterns. Only when the great doors creaked shut behind them did Mara pull aside the shimmering fabric. The enchantment faded like mist. Alden drew a deep breath, grateful to see the castle's familiar corridors, though nothing about this night felt familiar anymore. "We can't keep this hidden long," Mara murmured, her gaze flicking toward the pyre beneath his cloak. "Snape knows something. If he tells Dumbledore," Alden clenched his jaw, "the headmaster will take the pyre away. Is that a bad thing?" The question lingered between them. Alden ran his thumb along the sphere's curved surface through the cloth. The pyre felt warm, comforting almost, like a presence eager for his attention. "If Dumbledore seals it again," Alden said at last, "those masked intruders won't stop. They'll come for it. And if they don't find it, they'll come for me." Mara did not argue. Instead, she straightened her shoulders with quiet resolve. "Then we stay ahead of them, and we learn everything we can before anyone else moves." Alden nodded. It was foolish, perhaps, to trust a path carved by an ancient relic that whispered in his mind, but it was the only path that offered answers. They left the library swiftly, the late hour granting them cover. The corridors lay still, with only the occasional flicker of a bewitched torch breaking the dimness. Portraits slept or pretended to, though a few cracked an eye as the pair passed. Their steps echoed in low murmurs until Mara halted suddenly. "Do you feel that?" she whispered. Alden did. A faint shift in the air, like cold fingers brushing against the skin. The sensation was subtle but unmistakable. The castle's wards stirring again, reacting to something nearby. The pyre hummed faintly. "Someone else is awake," Mara whispered, and moving toward us. They turned a corner and nearly collided with a ghost. The bloody Baron floated before them, silent as frost. His silvered chains hung in midair, clinking softly with each subtle movement. His pale, hollow eyes fixed on Alden. Alden froze. Ghosts rarely sought out students without cause, and the Baron, Slytherin's own spectral guardian, almost never spoke unless compelled. But now he drifted close, so near Alden could see the cold shimmer of the spectral daggers bound to the chains across his robes. "You bear a flame," the Baron murmured, voice low as the toll of a distant bell. "A flame tied to the founder." Alden swallowed. I mean," the Baron interrupted, "that the castle wakes in answer to you, and it trembles." Mara stepped forward boldly. "Do you know what the verdant pyre truly is?" The ghost's form flickered faintly. A relic born from ambition and fear, a vessel meant to guide Slytherin's chosen, yet sealed away when it proved too willing to obey those unworthy. Alden felt cold settle in his chest. "Am I unworthy?" The Baron regarded him with unreadable eyes. "You are uncertain. That is more dangerous." Before Alden could demand clarity, the ghost drifted past him, chains clinking softly in the dark. "Beware those who claim to serve the founder. Not all serpents coil in loyalty." He vanished through the stone wall, leaving a chill in his wake. Mara exhaled slowly. "Well, that confirms one thing." Alden raised a brow. "Only one?" "That whatever we're tangled in, it reaches deeper than even the ghosts want to admit." They continued onward, sticking to the shadowed edges of the corridors. Alden felt the pyre's weight grow heavier with every step. The castle seemed to watch them, its ancient stones humming with restless energy. A staircase shifted in the far distance, rails groaning. A tapestry near the corner fluttered, though there was no draft. When they reached an unused classroom near the charms corridor, Mara slipped inside first. She cleared dust from a desk with a flick of her wand and motioned for Alden to set the pyre down. He hesitated. "If I let go, just try." Slowly, Alden unwrapped the sphere and placed it on the desk. The flames inside dimmed, but did not vanish. Instead, they swirled gently, almost thoughtfully, as though aware of being observed. Mara moved around it, studying it from different angles. "It responds to you. It awakened for you. That means the intruders won't stop until they get what they want." "They called themselves heirs of the serpent's flame," Alden said. "Do you think they're students?" Mara grimaced. "If they were, they'd be the quiet kind. The kind who know how to slip through shadows without being seen." Alden frowned. "Slytherins?" "Not necessarily," she countered. "Dark wizards cling to old names like armor. Anyone desperate for power could cloak themselves in Slytherin's legacy." Alden paced the length of the room, the pyre's glow reflecting against the walls. "Then, who awakened the relic before us? Those scorch marks in the dungeons were recent." Mara's gaze sharpened. "Someone with access to the lower corridors. Someone who knew how to bypass the castle's sealed entrances." The same thought struck them both at once. "Teachers," Alden whispered. Mara frowned deeper. "Or prefects." Alden's thoughts raced. The intruders had moved with confidence, precision, and they had known about the relic's chamber. That knowledge pointed to someone older, experienced, but the castle's shifting passages had obeyed Alden alone. That meant, "They want me because the pyre answered," Alden murmured. Mara nodded grimly. "And they'll try again. Soon." Suddenly, the pyre flared, its flames rising in a sharp spiral. Alden jumped forward instinctively, hands hovering over it. "What is it?" Mara whispered. Before Alden could answer, a wave of cold magic swept through the room. The torches sputtered and went dark. The walls trembled, and then footsteps, slow, heavy, approaching. Mara grabbed Alden's arm and pulled him behind a tall cabinet just as the classroom door creaked open. A figure stepped inside, cloaked in shadow, carrying a faint, flickering lantern. Alden's breath caught when he recognized the silhouette. It was not a teacher, nor a prefect. It was a student, a Slytherin, Lisa Bletchley. But something was wrong. Her eyes gleamed with feverish intensity, her steps too controlled, as though driven by some hidden purpose. She approached the desk where the pyre had rested moments earlier and brushed her fingers across the wood. "She had no way to know we came here," Mara whispered. Alden felt dread coil tight in his chest. Lisa spoke softly, almost reverently. "Chosen bearer, you cannot hide it forever." She turned toward their hiding place, as if she could sense the pyre's lingering warmth, and smiled. Not a friendly smile, but one that promised the next twist in the conflict had arrived. Lisa's lantern cast a thin blade of gold across the dusty classroom floor, illuminating the very spot where the verdant pyre had rested moments before. Her expression held neither confusion nor curiosity, but a strange, hungry certainty, as though she had followed a trail only she could sense. Behind the tall cabinet, Alden felt Mara's grip tighten around his arm, steady and silent. They exchanged a glance, unspoken understanding passing between them. Lisa was not merely suspicious. She was searching, and she was close. Slowly, Lisa stepped deeper into the room, her lantern swinging in a gentle arc. "You cannot hide forever," she murmured, the words barely above a whisper. "The flame calls to its rightful heir." Alden's breath caught. Rightful heir. The masked intruders had spoken with similar reverence, but Lisa Bletchley, prefect, strict enforcer of curfew, how could she be connected to them? Or worse, to the relic itself? Lisa paused in the center of the room. The pyre, nestled beneath Alden's cloak, vibrated faintly, as if in recognition. He pressed a hand against it, willing it to stay silent. A shadow flickered across the far wall. Lisa spun toward it. "Reveal yourself," she commanded softly, raising her wand. Mara tensed, ready to spring. Alden shook his head minutely. They had to know more. They had to listen. The lantern flame guttered. The old classroom windows rattled as a draft swept through. Lisa lowered her wand slightly, as though receiving some unseen message. "I feel you near," she whispered. "Your hesitation is loud." Alden swallowed hard. She senses the pyre, not through sight or sound, but through some deeper connection. Mara leaned close to his ear. "We cannot stay hidden. If she searches further..." Alden nodded. There was no avoiding it. He stepped out from behind the cabinet before Mara could stop him. The classroom's dim light washed over him as he emerged, cloak shifting to reveal the faint green glow beneath. Lisa froze. Her expression shifted from suspicion to triumph. "I knew it," she breathed. "The pyre chose you." Mara stepped forward at Alden's side, wand raised. "Stand back, Bletchley." But Lisa did not flinch. "You do not understand what you carry," she said softly. "It is more than a relic. It is a promise left unfulfilled, until now." Alden felt the pyre stir in his hands, as though responding to her words. The flame spun faster within the crystal, its glow brightening. "What do you want with it?" he demanded. Lysa's smile was thin and brittle. "To finish what our ancestors began, to complete Slytherin's true legacy." Mara stepped forward, eyes flashing. Slytherin's legacy wasn't destruction. Lysa laughed, a soft, unsettling sound. "You speak of the founder as though you knew him, as though the legends taught in classrooms are anything more than gentle stories for children." She raised her lantern. The golden flame turned green. Alden stiffened. Mara spoke the question he couldn't. "Who taught you that magic?" Lysa's eyes gleamed. "Those who still serve the old vision. Those who have waited generations for the pyre to awaken. And now it has... answering him." She pointed at Alden. The verdant pyre throbbed like a heartbeat. Alden's voice was steady, though fear trembled beneath it. "If you want it so badly, why didn't it choose you?" Lisa's breath hitched. For a heartbeat, fury rippled across her features. "Not all heirs are chosen at birth," she said coldly, "but all must prove themselves, and some are more deserving than others." Her wand snapped upward. "Yield the pyre!" Before Alden could move, Mara stepped in front of him. "Over my dead!" A sudden crack echoed through the classroom as the verdant pyre flared with blinding light. Lysa stumbled back, shielding her eyes. The emerald blaze leapt from the sphere in spiraling tendrils that wrapped around Alden like ethereal vines. Mara cried out, reaching for him, but the flame pushed her aside gently, as though guarding him. "Alden!" she shouted. He tried to speak, but the air vibrated with strange energy. Visions flickered at the edges of his sight, serpents coiling beneath ancient stone, a shadowed figure forging a sphere of crystal and flame, whispers in a forgotten tongue. The pyre was showing him something. Lysa's gaze snapped toward the scene with awe. "It begins," but the vision broke abruptly as the flames retreated. The classroom dimmed once more, leaving Alden gasping, unsteady. Mara pulled him close. "Are you hurt?" He shook his head, though his pulse thundered. "It showed me memories or warnings." Lisa's expression hardened. "The pyre reveals only to its vessel, which means you're done here," Mara snapped. She raised her wand again. "Leave." Lisa's smile returned, sharper, colder. "You think I came alone?" The floorboards shuddered. A low hiss whispered through the air. From the shadowed corners of the room, shapes moved, little coils of darkness rising like smoke. Snake-like forms slithered from cracks in the walls, their bodies shaped not of flesh, but of shadowed flame. Spectral serpents, summoned by the pyre's awakening. Mara backed toward Alden, wand extended. "I'm guessing these aren't friendly." Lysa lifted her lantern, emerald fire swirling inside. "They answer to the air, and until the pyre bonds fully, they will test its bearer." Alden stepped back. "Test?" The serpents lunged. Mara unleashed a barrage of spells, stunning light flashing as serpents dissolved into smoke. Alden gripped the pyre, instinct urging him to raise it. The flames surged in response, forming a protective arc that forced several serpents to recoil. Lisa watched with unsettling calm. "Good. It recognizes your fear. That is the first step." Mara shot her a glare. "You're out of your mind." "Am I?" Lysa said. "Or am I the only one who understands the cost of turning away from this power?" Another serpent lunged for Alden. Without thinking, he spoke a word in parcel tongue, a command he did not know he knew. "Stop." The serpent froze mid-leap, suspended by the pyre's glow. Then it dissolved into dust. The room fell silent. Lisa stared at him in breathless wonder. So the pyre has accepted you, and now the castle will answer to you as well. Alden lowered the sphere slowly. I don't want control over the castle. But the castle no longer cares what you want, Lysa murmured. Before either Mara or Alden could reply, heavy footsteps approached the corridor outside. The door creaked open again. This time, it was a professor. Snape. His dark eyes swept across the room, taking in the serpent's lingering smoke, the overturned desks, the glowing relic in Alden's hands, and Lisa standing rigid with lantern raised. He said nothing for a long moment, then, with voice soft as a drawn blade, "Explain." Lysa stepped forward quickly. "Professor, I can—" Snape raised a single hand. She fell silent immediately, his gaze fixed on Alden. "Warwick, you will come with me. Now." Mara moved protectively between them. "He hasn't done anything wrong." Snape's eyes flicked to her. "Miss Dalloway, step aside." Mara did not move. For a moment, the air crackled with unbearable tension. Then the pyre hummed in Alden's grasp, low, steady, as though urging a choice. Snape's jaw tightened, but he stepped no closer, wary of the sphere's glow. Alden understood something then. The relic's awakening frightened even the bravest among them. He drew a breath. "Professor, I will come, but Mara comes too." Snape's expression did not change. He simply turned toward the corridor and said, "Both of you, follow." Behind them, Lisa's cold smile faded into shadow as she whispered, "This is not over, Alden Warwick. The real trial has only begun." Snape led them through the dim corridors without a word, his robes whispering against the stones like restless shadows. Alden clutched the verdant pyre beneath his cloak, feeling its faint warmth pulse through his hands. Mara walked close by his side, tense and watchful, ready for anything. Behind them, the classroom door stood ajar, cold light spilling from within. Lysa gone as though she had dissolved into smoke. The silence that followed Snape was heavy, dense with unspoken questions. He said nothing as they passed the charms corridor, nothing while they climbed a narrow staircase that spiraled like a tightening coil. The torches flickered as he passed, bowing inward as though acknowledging him, or perhaps acknowledging the artifact he was escorting. At last, he halted before a tall wooden door engraved with ancient runes that had long since faded. A discreet enchantment thrummed across its surface. Without lifting his wand, Snape whispered a command that sounded older than the school itself, and the door opened with a low groan. "Inside," he said. Alden and Mara exchanged a glance before stepping through. The room beyond was small, windowless, and built of black stone. By all appearances, it was nothing more than an unused office, empty save for a single desk, a cabinet of scrolls, and a tall iron brazier in the corner. But Alden felt its weight immediately, a stillness too deliberate to be ordinary. Snape entered last and shut the door with a soft click that echoed like a lock turning. "Set the pyre on the desk," Snape said. Alden hesitated, but Mara gave him a small nod. Carefully, he withdrew the relic and placed it upon the desk's smooth surface. The flames within swirled in measured circles, restless but quiet. Snape approached it with deliberate caution, though his expression was unreadable. His stance was one of a man handling a volatile vial, respectful, wary, aware of disaster that might come with a single misstep. "How long?" Snape began. "Have you been in possession of this?" Alden swallowed. "Since this afternoon, we found it beneath the castle in a sealed chamber. The chamber that collapsed." Snape's gaze sharpened. "I presume that was no coincidence." Mara stepped forward. "It started because masked intruders tried to take it," They called themselves heirs of Slytherin's flame. Snape's eyes flicked toward her, unreadable as riverstones. Interesting. Alden spoke quickly, fearful that Snape might dismiss them. They knew where the pyre was hidden, and they knew how to unseal the chamber. They attacked us for it. They knew my name. Snape studied him closely, his expression still carved from iron. Why would they know you? Alden hesitated. They said the pyre chose me. The professor's dark eyes glinted. For a heartbeat, he looked neither surprised nor skeptical, but thoughtful. Too thoughtful. Snape circled the desk slowly, his gaze fixed on the swirling flames within the sphere. The verdant pyre, he murmured. An unfinished relic, a dangerous one. Salazar Slytherin created it to test his followers, yet abandoned it when he realized its power exceeded even his control. Alden felt a chill crawl along his spine. Then why seal it beneath the castle? Because destroying it was impossible. Snape's voice grew quieter, so he hid it where no air could find it until now. Mara's brows furrowed. But then, why did Alden find it? Snape's gaze turned razor sharp. Because the pyre found him. The room fell silent. The brazier flickered. The verdant pyre's flame spun faster, as though answering the words. Alden's throat felt tight. I never wanted this. Power rarely asks whether it is wanted, Snape replied. Only whether it is claimed. Mara stepped between Alden and the desk. He's not claiming anything. He's been running from danger all day. Snape's gaze shifted toward her. Not harshly, but with the caution of someone who recognized an unexpected ally. And yet he is bound to it. Whether through fate, lineage, or unfortunate circumstance remains unclear. Alden clenched his fists. Professor, Lysa Bletchley. She's involved. She tried to take the pyre. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, something sharp and cold. I suspected as much. You did? Mara asked. Snape nodded. She has shown concerning behavior of late, deep interest in forbidden histories, magical aptitude beyond what she should know. His voice lowered, and an unusual ability to sense serpentine magic. Alden exchanged a look with Mara. So she's part of them. It seems likely, Snape said, but she is not the only danger. The professor stepped closer to the pyre. The flames twisted upward, casting green reflections across his pale features. The masked intruders will not give up their pursuit, he said, nor will the pyre cease calling to you. Alden's voice was barely above a whisper. Then what am I meant to do? Snape regarded him for a long, evaluating moment. You must understand what this relic wants, he finally said, and what it fears. Fears? Mara echoed. A relic can fear something. In its own way, Snape said. The pyre was forged with living magic. Ambition fuels it, but the threat of unworthiness repels it. That is why it lashes out, why it tests you. Alden felt his pulse quicken. Lysa said the serpents were testing me. Yes, Snape replied, because the relic must decide whether you are its vessel or its foe. The room seemed to shrink around them. The air pressed closer. Alden took a slow breath, steadying himself. Then teach me how to control it. Snape's eyes narrowed, not in disapproval, but in calculation. Control is a generous word, but you must learn to survive it at the very least. And if he can't? Mara asked quietly. Then the pyre will burn through him, Snape said, and seek another. Alden swallowed. Mara's hand found his shoulder. Snape reached into his cloak and withdrew an old scroll sealed with dark green wax. The crest bore a serpent coiled around a flame. "This," he said, placing it beside the pyre, "is one of the few remaining documents written by the founder about the relic. I procured it many years ago under unusual circumstances." Alden stared at him. "Why keep it secret?" "Because knowledge of the pyre invites misuse," Snape said, "and Hogwarts has seen enough of that." The brazier flickered. The pyre glowed. "Read it," Snape instructed. "Both of you. Understand what you carry." He stepped back, allowing Alden and Mara space. Alden broke the seal with trembling fingers. The parchment unfurled with a soft crackle. Ancient ink shimmered faintly in the dim light. Mara leaned over his shoulder as the first lines revealed themselves. "To bear the flame is to hear the serpent's truth. To hold the pyre is to walk the boundary between mastery and ruin. Only one who speaks the tongue of scales may unlock its final shape." Alden felt the pyre pulse beneath his fingertips. Snape watched them both. "There is more. Continue." They read on. "Should the bearer falter, the pyre shall turn its fire inward. Should the bearer prove worthy, the flame shall reveal its second form, a form capable of binding or breaking ancient wards." Mara exhaled sharply. "Binding or breaking the castle's wards?" Snape nodded once. "Precisely." Alden felt dread sink into him like ice. "If the intruders gain control of it," he whispered, "they could tear Hogwarts apart." "Yes," Snape said. "Which is why they will stop at nothing." A distant sound echoed through the corridors outside. A faint scuff of footsteps, too slow to be a patrolling teacher, too steady to be a wandering student. Mara reached for her wand. Snape extinguished the lantern with a flick of his hand. Darkness swallowed the room. "Quiet," he murmured. Alden held the pyre close. Its faint glow was the only light now. The footsteps drew nearer, and then a voice whispered from beyond the door, soft and familiar. "Alden Warwick. The flame is calling again. Lysa." Snape moved instantly, placing himself between the door and the students as shadows gathered like a dark tide beyond the threshold. "Prepare yourselves," he said quietly. For outside waited either Lysa alone or the masked intruders she served. The whisper drifted through the crack beneath the door, soft as mist, yet sharp enough to turn Alden's blood cold. Lysa Bletchley spoke with a voice not entirely her own, strained, breathless, as though something ancient threaded itself through her words. Snape motioned for silence. His wand shifted just enough for Alden to see the faint tension in his grip. Mara stood beside Alden with her wand raised, breath steady, her silhouette unwavering despite the tremor that passed beneath the doorframe. The footsteps stopped directly outside. "Alden," Lysa murmured again, "you cannot hide behind them. The pyre knows where you stand, and so do its heirs." Alden tightened his hold on the relic, feeling its pulse quicken in answer. The pyre responded not with fear, but vigilance, as though bracing for a storm it long expected. Snape murmured under his breath, so quietly Alden barely caught the words. "She is not alone." Mara leaned close. "The intruders?" "Likely," Snape whispered. "They hide their presence with skill. The wards near this chamber should have stirred more violently if she were the only one." Alden felt his pulse climb. "What do we do?" "We wait," Snape said, "and we force them to reveal their intent." Outside, Lisa's pacing resumed, slow, almost measured. Then the lantern's faint glow bled through the gap beneath the door as she crouched close to it. "I followed the flame," she whispered. "It burns so brightly now. It has nearly chosen its final form, and only one of us can guide it." Mara rolled her eyes, though her voice stayed low. "She sounds like she's been reading cursed poetry." but Snape's expression was anything but amused. She is being influenced, perhaps willingly, perhaps not. A low rumble echoed beyond the door, deep, muted, like the shifting groan of castle stone. Alden recognized the sound. The castle was reacting to the pyre again. Snape raised his wand slightly. "Stay behind me." The door creaked as Lisa traced her fingers across its surface. A faint hiss rose from beneath her touch, like burning parchment. Then she spoke in parcel tongue. Alden's breath seized. The words were halting, imperfect, but unmistakably the serpent's tongue. Mara's eyes widened. Snape stiffened in surprise. Lysa rasped something that made the torches outside sputter violently. "Open! Reveal!" Snape's voice cut like a blade. "Move!" He darted toward the door just as it shuddered violently, magic flaring along its edges. The protective enchantments flickered in chaotic bursts of green light, answering the serpentine command. Alden staggered backward, shielding the pyre. With a thunderous crack, the door burst inward. Lysa stood silhouetted in the corridor, lantern held high, but she was not alone. Two hooded figures flanked her, each wearing a polished silver mask. Their robes were tattered by dust and rubble, remnants of the earlier conflict beneath the castle. But their presence was unmistakable. They moved with near silent precision, as though shadows obeyed their will. Snape raised his wand. "If you step 1 foot forward, you will do nothing," the leader hissed. His voice was the same cold tone Alden had heard in the hidden chamber. "The pyre has awakened further. The bond deepens. We are here only to claim what is already ours." Mara answered with fierce certainty. "Over my dead body." One masked figure laughed, a hollow, rasping sound. "Such bravery, wasted on a relic that will devour its bearer before long." Snape stepped forward, wand poised. "You have no authority here, and you severely underestimate me." The air grew razor-sharp with tension. Lisa stepped between the masked figures, raising her lantern. Emerald fire swirled within, mirroring the verdant pyre's glow. She looked at Alden, not with cruelty, but a strange mixture of envy and desperation. "It could have chosen me," she whispered. "I felt it, the moment it stirred, but it called for you. Why?" Alden didn't answer. He couldn't. The leader took another step forward. "We gave her purpose, we gave her voice, but the flame refuses her, and now we understand why." His mask turned slightly. "You were always the key, Alden Warwick." Alden's heart thundered. "I've never even heard of you." "No," the leader said lightly, "but we have watched you." Snape moved with sudden precision. "Protego Maxima." A shimmering shield erupted across the doorway, forcing the intruders back. Emerald sparks crackled where the barrier met the unnatural lantern flame. Lysa recoiled, shielding her face. The leader snarled, pressing his wand forward. A beam of twisting silver energy struck Snape's shield, reverberating like the clash of metal. Mara yanked Alden behind the desk. "We need a plan." Alden tried to speak, but the pyre pulsed violently in his palms. Flames spiraled upward inside the crystal sphere, surging with each passing heartbeat. It was reacting to the masked figures, to the magic outside, to Alden's own fear. No, Alden thought desperately. Not now. But the pyre answered with another flare, its brightest yet. Green light washed across the room, bathing every surface in serpentine brilliance. Mara squinted against the glare. "Alden!" The relic's heat surged up his arms, filling his chest, his mind, his vision. Whispers roared in his ears, Parseltongue, faster than he could comprehend, coiling like a storm of flame and scales. Snape shouted something distant. The masked intruder's spells hammered the barrier. Lisa cried out, either in awe or pain. Then, through the haze, Alden felt something strange. A presence, not within the pyre, but beyond it, ancient and vast, as though rising from the castle's deepest foundations. A voice, child of the serpent's tongue. Do you flee the flame, or command it? Alden gasped, barely keeping hold of the sphere. Mara grabbed his arm. Stay with me, Alden. But the voice pressed again, compelling, coiling, demanding. Choose, bearer, flame or shadow, control or ruin. Alden forced air into his lungs. He held tight to the desk, grounding himself against the relic's pull. I choose. The decision shattered outward in a burst of green fire. Snape's shield exploded. The masked intruder staggered backward. Lisa fell to her knees. The walls trembled as if something immense had awakened beneath the school. In the center of the storm, Alden stood unmoving, the pyre blazing in his hands like a captured star. Mara reached for him, fear and awe mingling in her face. Alden, what have you done? The flames dimmed slowly, like embers settling after a great upheaval. Alden blinked, breathless. I think, he whispered, the pyre accepted my choice. Snape approached carefully, cloak swirling behind him. And what choice was that, Warwick? Alden stared down at the relic. The flames inside no longer writhed with chaos. Instead, they spun in calm, harmonious circles, like serpents at rest. Alden lifted his gaze. I chose control. A hush fell across the room. Snape's expression was unreadable, but there was something new in his eyes. Not approval, not relief. Recognition. And beyond the shattered doorway, the masked heirs retreated into the corridor's shadows, their leader whispering with grim certainty. Then the true battle begins. The masked figures dissolved into the corridor's shadows, their departure silent as falling dust. Only the faint echo of their leader's whisper lingered like a curse. The true battle begins. Then even that faded, swallowed by the castle's deep and ancient quiet. Snape lowered his wand with controlled precision, though tension still sharpened every line of his stance. Mara kept close to Alden, one hand hovering near his arm, as though ready to pull him from the path of danger at any moment. The verdant pyre glowed steadily in Alden's hands, its swirling flames no longer wild but unnervingly calm, almost serene. The room around them bore the scars of the confrontation: cracked stone, overturned furniture, scorch marks where spells had clashed. Dust still drifted from the ceiling in faint, ghostly trails. Snape spoke first, his voice low and edged. You unleashed the relic's power without losing yourself. That is unexpected. Alden swallowed, still feeling warmth pulsing through his fingertips. I didn't mean to unleash anything. The pyre forced me to choose. Mara stepped forward, eyes sharp. And he chose control. Isn't that good? Snape faced her with a look that held neither reassurance nor comfort. Control is an illusion when one holds a relic forged from living magic. It obeys only until it decides not to. Alden felt the weight of the professor's gaze, but it listened to me. For now. Snape stepped closer to the desk, keeping a deliberate distance from the pyre's glow. The bond is forming, but understand this, Warwick. Relics of the Founders do not grant trust lightly, and they do not grant it forever. Alden nodded, though unease gnawed at him. Then teach me how to strengthen the bond without losing control. Snape's jaw tightened. To teach you is to accept responsibility for a relic that should never have been awakened. A pause. Yet leaving you untaught would be far more dangerous. Mara folded her arms, unyielding. Then we start now. Snape looked at her, then at the shattered doorway where Lisa had stood moments before, her eyes burning with unnatural fervor. The threat grows sharper by the hour. We cannot train here. He flicked his wand. The torches flared, restoring dim light to the damaged room. "Follow me," he said, voice firm and clipped. "We will go someplace secure." Alden tucked the pyre beneath his cloak. Its warmth sank into his chest, comforting and unsettling all at once. As they stepped out into the corridor, Alden cast a glance behind them, but Lisa was nowhere to be seen. Her lantern extinguished, her presence vanished like a fading haunting. They followed Snape through winding corridors seldom used by students, down stairwells so steep and narrow, Alden suspected even Filch rarely set foot on them. The castle seemed to shift around them, doors closing softly as they passed, tapestries lifting as though stirred by unseen breath, the stones themselves humming faintly. "The pyre influences the castle," Snape said, without looking back. "It answers its chosen bearer. Hogwarts was built with layers of living enchantment, some tied directly to Slytherin's legacy." Alden frowned. "Does that mean the pyre can control the castle?" Snape's pace did not slow. In time, perhaps, but only to a degree. Hogwarts is older and more stubborn than any relic. Mara muttered, "Thank goodness for that." They descended one final staircase that opened into a long stone hallway lined with cold sconces. At its end stood a heavy iron door etched with ancient runes. Snape murmured a phrase in Parseltongue, smooth, fluent, chillingly precise. The runes glowed and the door swung open. Alden stared. "Professor, you speak Parseltongue?" Snape didn't turn as he stepped inside. "Do not make assumptions about what I can or cannot do." The room beyond was small but fortified, walls enchanted so heavily that the very air shimmered with protective magic. A circular table stood at its center beside a single tall shelf filled with scrolls, potions, and a few artifacts that looked as though they hadn't seen daylight in centuries. "This," Snape said, "is a sealed ward chamber. Few know of it. Fewer still may enter." Mara eyed the runes carefully. "Safe enough for the pyre?" "For now." Alden set the verdant pyre on the table. Its green light illuminated Snape's face, casting sharp shadows across his features. The professor stood still, his expression unreadable. Mara broke the silence first. "What do we do?" Snape drew a slow breath. "We unravel what holds this relic to Warwick, and we determine how far its awakening has spread." He turned to Alden. "Show me what it did when you made your choice." Alden hesitated. The moment had been so intense. Heat, visions, whispers, a presence so ancient it felt carved into the stone itself. But he nodded and lifted the pyre again. Its flames brightened at his touch. He focused on that strange internal threshold, the point where fear met will. The relic pulsed once, twice, sensing his intent. But this time, Alden did not allow the power to surge uncontrolled. He breathed deeply, steadying himself, centering his thoughts, not on ambition, not on fear, but clarity. The pyre responded. Its flames rose, not in wild spirals, but in a slow, deliberate coil, like a serpent lifting its head. Snape watched intently. "Good. Now, direct it. Shape the flame. Prove it listens." Alden felt the relic's fire resonate through his fingertips. He pictured a small flame blooming outward, controlled, steady, and spoke a single word in Parseltongue. "Shape." Emerald fire unfurled from the pyre, not explosively but gracefully, like a ribbon of living light drifting through the air. It hovered above the table, taking the form of a serpent of pure flame. Its eyes glowed, watching Alden with unnerving intelligence. Mara whispered, "That's amazing." Snape murmured, "Impressive, but the danger remains." The flaming serpent flickered, awaiting Alden's next command. Alden whispered again, "Return." The serpent bowed its head, dissolving into sparks that folded back into the pyre with a soft, shimmering sigh. Alden lowered the sphere, heart pounding with a mix of relief and awe. Snape stepped forward. "Your control is increasing, but so is the pyre's bond. The more you master it, the more it entwines itself with you." "But that's good," Mara said. "Isn't it?" Snape turned toward her with a look that carried centuries of caution. "Good and dangerous are often indistinguishable, Miss Dalloway." Before Mara could reply, the room trembled, a faint, subtle pulse, so slight Alden wondered if he imagined it. Then another. Snape's expression hardened. "The castle is reacting again." Alden touched the pyre. It vibrated faintly, not with threat, but warning. Mara's eyes widened. "Something's happening." Snape strode to the door. "Stay here. Do not move unless the room itself demands it." Before he could step through the doorway, the walls shivered violently. A distant rumble echoed through the corridors, ancient, hollow, resonant. Alden grabbed the table to steady himself. "What is that?" Snape's voice was grim. "The wards. Something is striking them." "Is it the intruders?" Mara whispered. Snape did not answer. The rumble deepened, the stone groaning under unseen force. And then, far above, came a sound that froze Alden's blood. A serpent's hiss. Not spectral, not flame-born, but alive. Snape spun toward Alden. "Warwick, keep the pyre sealed. Do not let its power flare. But do not." The hiss echoed again, closer this time, carrying a rasping undertone unlike anything Alden had heard. Not a basilisk, that was impossible, but something old, something angry. Mara grasped Alden's arm. "What did we wake?" Alden held the verdant pyre tight against his chest, feeling its flames tremble. "I don't know," he whispered. Snape moved to the door, wand raised. "Stay here. I will return." He vanished into the corridor as the serpent's hiss rolled through the castle once more. A sound that promised the ancient forces of Hogwarts had stirred, and they were coming. The door closed behind Snape with a sharp, final click, and the sealed ward chamber fell into a tense silence, broken only by the faint hum of its protective spells. Alden stood frozen, clutching the verdant pyre close, its glow casting wavering green shadows across his cloak. Mara stepped beside him, her wand faintly trembling in her grip despite her determined posture. For several long breaths, neither spoke. The distant hiss still echoed in Alden's mind, deep and rough, older than any serpent he had ever heard. The castle's stonework had shuddered beneath its call, as though the very walls recognized whatever creature had awakened. Mara moved first. She touched Alden's arm gently, grounding him. "Steady. We've faced worse today." Alden managed a faint, humorless laugh. "Have we? I'm beginning to lose count." Despite the fear prickling through her voice, Mara's gaze remained sharp. "Snape knows what he's doing. He'll handle it." "He shouldn't go alone," Alden muttered, but Mara shook her head. "Against the heirs, against a serpent that can shake the castle, we'd slow him down. His orders made sense." Alden wanted to argue, but deep down he knew she was right. Snape had moved with deliberate purpose. No panic, no hesitation. A man stepping toward something he had long prepared for. Still, Worry twisted inside Alden like a tightening vine. He turned toward the table, placing the verdant pyre down with great care. The glow inside the sphere had dimmed, but the flames swirled with simmering agitation, as if responding to the ancient hiss echoing through the castle's bones. "Mara," Alden said softly. "The pyre, it's afraid." She blinked. "How can a relic feel fear?" "I don't know," he admitted, "but this flame reacts, it understands threats, and something out there woke it." Before Mara could reply, the protective wards lining the chamber walls flickered. The shimmering enchantments pulsed once, twice, then steadied, like a heartbeat interrupted. Alden stiffened. "Something's testing the wards." Mara raised her wand. "Hidden heirs? Or..." Alden swallowed hard. "Something drawn by the pyre." Both fell into silence as another tremor swept through the floor, subtle but unmistakable. Then a soft scraping sound drifted through the stones, slow, rhythmic, like scales sliding across stone far above their heads. Alden forced himself to breathe. Panic would help neither of them. "We have to assume the intruders know where Snape took us," he said quietly. "If they know our movements, they'll try to breach these wards." Mara moved toward the door, examining the runes carved along its frame. "Not easily. These protections are older than most of the school. Whoever built them really didn't want anything, or anyone, breaking through." Alden joined her. "But they weren't built for the pyre, or for someone who can command serpents with parcel tongue." Mara winced. "Right, Lysa." At the sound of her name, the pyre pulsed faintly, as though recognizing an adversary. Alden turned toward it. "Why her?" he whispered. "She doesn't speak parcel tongue. Not really. She only mimicked it." Mara shook her head. "Maybe it isn't about the language. Maybe it's about will, or ambition, or influence," Alden murmured. "Those masked figures. They spoke to her as though she belonged to them. She seemed desperate," Mara said softly, "like she wanted the pyre to validate her." Alden felt a pang of sympathy he didn't want. "She said it could have chosen her." "But it didn't," Mara said firmly. "It chose you." Alden stared down at the swirling green flame. "I'm starting to wonder if that's a blessing or a curse." Another tremor rippled through the chamber, stronger this time. A deep rumble followed, not from footsteps or magic, but something massive shifting its weight. Mara backed away from the wall. "Okay, that was close." Alden felt the pyre heat beneath his palms. "It's coming closer." The flame inside began to spin faster, like a storm tightening at its core. Whispered echoes returned to Alden's mind, parcel-tongue too rapid to understand, but laden with warning. Mara grabbed his shoulder. "Alden, look." A fissure formed in the chamber's ceiling, thin but glowing faintly green. Not from the pyre, from outside. Alden stepped backward instinctively. "Something is striking the wards directly." Mara's voice hardened. "Then we need to be ready." But Alden shook his head. "We can't fight from in here. We don't know what's coming." Mara met his gaze. "Then what can we do?" Alden stared at the pyre. The relic pulsed again, 3 times, like a message, urgent and insistent. "I think," Alden said slowly, "it's trying to tell us something." Mara raised an eyebrow. "You can tell what it's saying now?" "Not saying," Alden murmured. "Calling." The pyre flashed once, blindingly bright. Mara shielded her eyes. "Alden!" He reached out instinctively, placing both hands upon the sphere, and the room around him dissolved, not physically, but in his mind. A vision unfolded. The castle seen from below, its foundations entwined with serpentine wards that pulsed like living veins. deep beneath it, in a cavern forgotten by all but time itself, something coiled, a creature the size of a tower, scales cracked with age, eyes glowing faintly green. A serpent, not basilisk, not shadowborn, something older. Guardian, the pyre whispered through the vision. Protector of flame, woken too soon. Alden gasped as the vision shattered. He stumbled back into the chamber, Mara's hands catching him before he fell. "What did you see?" she demanded. Alden's voice shook. "A serpent, ancient, deep under the school. I think the pyre woke it." Mara paled. "And it's coming here?" Alden nodded. "Not for us, for the pyre." Before she could respond, the door flared with violent green light. The runes blazed. The chamber trembled. Something struck the wards again, a massive blow that reverberated through the very air. Mara pulled Alden behind the table. "Tell me Snape will be back soon." As if answering, a shadow swept past the crack beneath the door. Heavy, deliberate footsteps followed. Alden held his breath. Was it Snape, or one of the masked heirs, or worse, the ancient serpent? The footsteps stopped. Silence swallowed the chamber. Then, "Alden, Mara." Snape's voice, low, controlled. They exhaled in relief, but the professor's next words froze the blood in Alden's veins. "We must leave, now. The Guardian has awakened, and the heirs are guiding it." Alden grabbed the pyre. Mara leapt to her feet. Snape flung open the door. Behind him, the corridor flickered with dim light, and far down its length, the unmistakable sound of scales sliding across stone echoed like a nearing storm. "Alden," Snape said sharply, "keep the pyre hidden. If the Guardian sees it, it may tear through the school itself." Mara's eyes widened. "Where do we go?" Snape motioned them forward. "To the one place even the heirs fear to tread," he said. "The Chamber of Secrets." The corridor beyond the ward chamber stretched ahead in wavering torchlight, shadows bending and recoiling as though fearing what followed behind. Alden gripped the verdant pyre beneath his cloak, its glow already throbbing with mounting urgency. Mara kept pace beside him, her breath tight but steady, wand held low and ready. Snape moved ahead with swift, decisive steps, his cloak billowing like a storm front guiding them through darkness. Behind them, the echoing hiss returned, louder now, layered with the grinding rasp of scales dragging along ancient stone. The Guardian was awake and closing in. Their footsteps quickened. "Professor," Mara whispered, "is it really wise to go where you said?" Snape did not look back. The Chamber of Secrets is the only place where serpentine ancient magic still sleeps unbroken. The Guardian will hesitate there. Even the heirs may fear the wards that linger. Alden swallowed hard. "And what about us?" "You," Snape said, "are the pyre's bearer, and the pyre was shaped from similar magic. The chamber may recognize you, or at least tolerate you." "That sounds reassuring," Alden muttered. "It should not," Snape replied. They rounded a corner just as a thunderous impact shook the castle behind them. Dust rained from the ceiling, and the torches sputtered as though gasping for breath. Mara grabbed Alden's arm to steady herself. "That was close," she whispered. Alden felt the pyre pulse violently. "Hurry," it seemed to urge. "Hurry." At last, Snape halted before a statue of a horned serpent coiled protectively around an engraved stone column. Its eyes were dark, yet Alden felt them watching. "Professor," Mara said, "this isn't." "It is," Snape replied. "One of the primary ward anchors to the chamber. Very few know of its existence, and fewer still can open the way." Alden stepped closer. A strange tug pulled at his chest. the pyre's connection stirring as though aligning with something beneath the floor. Snape's voice lowered to a whisper. "Listen carefully, Warwick. The entrance is sealed by an ancient command. It will open only to Parseltongue. But not just any. It must be spoken by one whom the magic recognizes." Mara turned to Alden. "That means you." Alden nodded, though nerves twisted through him. He placed a hand upon the cool stone surface. The serpent carved into the pillar felt almost alive beneath his touch, etched with age but humming faintly as though anticipating his words. He took a steadying breath. "Open," he said in Parseltongue. The word left his lips in a hiss that echoed through the corridor like a soft breeze stirring leaves. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the statue's eyes flared green. The floor trembled. Stone grated against stone as a circular pattern of runes revealed itself beneath their feet. Slowly, silently, the floor parted to reveal a spiraling staircase descending into darkness, lit by an eerie emerald glow. Mara stared in awe. "That's unsettling." Snape gestured toward the opening. "Down, quickly." They descended into a tight stone shaft, the air growing cooler with each step. The stair spiraled far deeper than Alden had expected, until the sounds of the castle above faded into distant memory. At last, the staircase opened into a vast, vaulted tunnel. Familiar serpentine carvings lined the walls, similar to those Alden had seen in the hidden chamber beneath the school, but older, sharper, untouched by time. A chill swept through the tunnel, shifting the dust along the floor like whispering shadows. Mara shivered. So this is where it happened. Everything with the basilisk. Alden nodded, remembering the fragments of history whispered through Hogwarts. The chamber opened, the basilisk unleashed. He could almost imagine its massive coils slipping through these corridors. Snape moved swiftly. "Stay close. The chamber is not entirely dormant. Its wards respond to threats, perceived or real." The tunnel widened until at last they emerged into a colossal chamber. Pillars carved into towering serpents lined the cavernous space, their stone eyes gleaming faintly with enchantment. At the far end loomed the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin, its mouth closed, its expression severe and imposing. Alden's breath caught. The place felt cold, not from temperature, but from ancient memory, like stepping into a dream preserved in stone. Mara whispered, "This place, it feels alive." Snape turned to Alden. "Place the pyre on the floor." "The chamber's wards must read it." Alden hesitated, then knelt and set the verdant pyre upon the smooth stone. Immediately the flames within brightened, swirling as though greeting a familiar power. The chamber itself seemed to awaken, air stirring, shadows shifting, runes along the walls flickering faintly. The ground vibrated gently beneath them. Snape inhaled deeply. "Good. The chamber does not reject you." Mara glanced nervously at the statue. "Just to be clear, there's no chance it summons another basilisk, right?" "No," Snape said. "The last one was slain, but the chamber's defenses may stir in other ways." Alden focused on the pyre. "What now?" Snape approached the relic cautiously. "Now we listen." He knelt beside Alden, his dark eyes reflecting the flame's glow. "The pyre awakened the Guardian. If we understand why, we may stop it." The relic pulsed softly. Alden placed a hand upon it. A flicker of vision swept across his mind. Dark tunnels, shifting scales, the Guardian pressing through the castle, searching. Not hunting Alden, hunting the pyre. "It wants this," Alden said quietly. "The Guardian thinks the pyre was stolen." Snape stood slowly. "Then the guardianship magic is reacting as intended." The serpent believes it must retrieve and protect the flame. But the intruders are controlling it, Mara said, using its instinct to drive it toward Alden. Precisely, Snape replied. They are manipulating what cannot be controlled. A distant hiss echoed from the tunnel they had descended, far away still, but nearing. Alden tensed. It's coming. Snape drew his wand. Good. This is the place to face it. Mara moved protectively closer to Alden. Face it? We can't fight something ancient and massive. We will not fight it, Snape said sharply. We will redirect it. Alden looked uncertain. How? Snape turned to him. The pyre must speak to it, as relic to guardian, as part to whole. Alden stared at the relic, fear whirling inside him. I don't know how. You do, Snape replied, an undercurrent of urgency sharpening his tone. You have done what no student should ever have done. You commanded the pyre. Do it again. The hiss grew louder. Snape pointed toward the center of the chamber. Stand there. Alden stepped to the middle of the stone floor, the pyre glowing brighter with each heartbeat. Mara stood at his side until Snape drew her back gently. Let him stand alone. The relic must sense no interference. Mara reluctantly stepped aside. Alden lifted the verdant pyre. The chamber responded. The torches along the walls flared with green fire. Runes pulsed. The statue's eyes lit faintly, watching. From the tunnel came the thunderous scrape of scales as the guardian entered. A serpent larger than any beast Alden had ever imagined. Its cracked emerald scales shimmered with age, its eyes glowing with protective fury. Mara gasped and stepped back. Even Snape grew still. The serpent hissed, a deep, resonant sound that shook dust from the ceiling. It lowered its massive head toward Alden. Snape whispered urgently, "Speak to it. Command it." Alden swallowed, heart racing. He lifted the pyre high, feeling power surge through him. The relic whispered one word into his mind. Call. Alden obeyed. In parcel tongue he cried, "Guardian of flame, heed your relic." The serpent froze. Its eyes locked on the pyre. The chamber trembled as ancient magic flared. Runes shining, air humming, the statue looming like an awakened sentinel. The serpent lowered further until its head nearly touched the floor. A sound rumbled through its chest, not a hiss but something deeper. Recognition. Snape's tense expression eased only marginally. Good. You have its attention. Now release it from the air's influence. Alden tightened his grip. Guardian, he commanded in parcel tongue, break your chains. Serve only the flame. The serpent shuddered, as though struggling against invisible bindings. Its eyes flickered between emerald and a strange, sickly silver. Mara whispered, "They're controlling it, like a leash." Alden stepped forward, reckless and resolute. "Break," he commanded. "Break the false bond." The pyre blazed. The serpent reared back, letting out a deafening roar that echoed through the chamber. Snape shouted, "Again, command it!" Alden did. "Obey the flame!" The serpent convulsed violently. Then, with a final ear-shattering roar, the silver film shattered from its eyes like breaking glass. The guardian collapsed partially, breath deep and ragged. Freed. A moment of silence followed. Then the serpent lifted its head and bowed. To Alden. Snape exhaled, long and slow. "You did it." Mara rushed to Alden's side. "Are you all right?" Alden nodded, trembling but steady. "Yes, I think so." But their relief shattered as a cold, echoing voice filled the chamber. "You may have freed the guardian." Lysa Bletchley stepped from the shadows near the statue, lantern blazing silver green. "But you have revealed the pyre's final secret." Emerging behind her, 3 masked heirs, Their leader raised his wand. The time has come, Alden Warwick. The flame must evolve. The towering stone serpents lining the chamber cast long shadows, their carved forms flickering in the ghostly emerald fire that illuminated the cavern. The guardian, massive and newly freed, coiled protectively before Alden, its restored eyes burning with fierce purpose. Yet even its imposing form seemed to hesitate as Lisa Bletchley stepped forth, her lantern blazing a silver green so cold it seemed to leach the warmth from the very air. Behind her, the three masked heirs moved like specters, their silver masks unreadable, their wands held with dangerous calm. They formed a half-circle between Alden's group and the exit, trapping them in the oldest chamber beneath Hogwarts. The leader raised his wand slightly. You have awakened the chamber's wards. You have stirred the guardian. And you have forged a connection deeper than any before you. His voice echoed through the vast space, smooth and terrible. The verdant pyre is ready. Alden tightened his grip on the sphere, its warmth sinking into his palms, pulsing faster now. The flame within swirled in agitated spirals, tense, expectant, aware. Mara stepped close beside him, wand raised, face pale but resolute. Snape shifted subtly, placing himself at an angle that allowed him to shield both students if needed. The guardian serpent lifted its head high, massive coils tightening in warning. Lisa's gaze burned into Alden. "Do you know what it means?" she whispered. "When the flame stabilizes, when it bonds fully to its chosen vessel." Alden swallowed. "It means it becomes complete." "No," Lysa said with trembling fervor. "It means the bearer becomes complete." Her lantern flared brighter. Slytherin created the pyre to reshape his legacy, to grant power not to bloodlines, but to courage, determination, cunning, to whoever proved worthy. Her voice cracked. "It should have been me." Mara stepped forward sharply. "You're being manipulated. Look at yourself. This isn't ambition. This is obsession." But Lisa only smiled, a thin, desperate expression. Ambition is obsession. The leader's wand lowered an inch, but his voice grew softer. The final evolution requires a test, a confrontation between the bearer and the flame's chosen rival. Alden felt his heart lurch. Rival? Lysa dipped her head, lantern trembling in her grasp. "Me?" "No," Alden said immediately. "I won't fight you." "You must," the leader replied. "The relic demands it. There must be a challenge, a final measure of worth." Snape's wand snapped up. No relic dictates the fate of a student at this school. But the masked heir raised his hand. This was decreed by Slytherin himself. "Magic older than your rules governs this chamber," Mara whispered urgently to Alden. "Don't listen. This is their game. They're twisting everything to get the pyre." The guardian serpent hissed in agreement, its coils shifting protectively around Alden like living walls of ancient magic. Lysa's eyes flickered toward the serpent. That creature was never meant to be part of this ritual. Then perhaps Slytherin should have written clearer instructions, Mara muttered. The leader ignored her. "Warwick, step forward." Alden didn't move. Behind the mask, the leader's voice hardened. "If you refuse, the relic will grow unstable. The guardian will rampage anew, and the chamber will collapse beneath the weight of its own magic." Snape's voice cut through the tension. "Warwick, think. The relic already responds to your will. That means you hold the choice, not them." Alden breathed in shakily. The pyre hummed beneath his fingers, vibrating with increasing urgency, as though pulled between two tides, its ancient instinct and Alden's wavering resolve. Lysa stepped forward. "Face me, Alden." But Alden shook his head. I won't fight you. Then you condemn us all. No. Alden lifted the verdant pyre. I condemn the pyre itself if it demands violence to prove loyalty. A sudden pulse burst from the pyre, bright, hot, tremoring like a heartbeat skipped. Everyone flinched. Even the guardian serpent recoiled slightly. The leader tilted his head. You deny the ritual? I deny the part of it that seeks suffering, Alden said, voice firming. Slytherin built this to test ambition, not cruelty. And how? The leader asked softly. Will you enforce such a belief? Alden felt something shift inside him, an awareness he hadn't recognized before. The pyre's flame resonated with his thoughts, his choice, his conviction. He spoke not to the heirs, not to Lysa, but to the relic. I choose a different test. The chamber trembled. Snape murmured, Careful, Warwick. But the pyre surged in a rush of green fire that spiraled upward like a living torch. Runes along the chamber walls blazed to life, bathing everything in shimmering emerald light. Mara shielded her eyes. The guardian serpent hissed in surprise. Alden raised the pyre high. In Parseltongue, he declared, I command the flame to reveal the true test, not a battle of blood, but of will. The pyre responded instantly. Flame burst forth, not toward Lysa, not toward the heirs, but into the air above Alden, unfurling like a serpent of pure light. It split into two streams. One coiled above Alden, the other above Lysa. Both streams wove into glowing runic shapes, symbols of ancient judgment. The leader stiffened. Impossible. The relic has accepted him fully. The runes brightened, casting judgment upon both chosen candidates. Lysa stared up, breath shaking. What is this? Truth, Alden said softly. The flame reveals truth. One rune glowed stable and bright, the other flickered violently. Mara caught her breath. Alden, Lysa's rune. It is unstable. Snape finished grimly. Her intent lacks harmony. She is unworthy. Lysa froze, staring up at the trembling symbol as cracks of silver fractured across its surface. No, she whispered. No, this isn't possible. I studied. I followed every whisper, every sign. She reached upward, desperate, as though she could steady the rune. But the flame recoiled. A pulse radiated outward, knocking her backward onto the cold stone floor. The masked heirs rushed toward her, but the guardian serpent lowered its head, blocking their advance with a rumbling warning. The leader hissed through his mask. You've made a mistake, Warwick. The relic cannot be controlled forever. Alden lowered the pyre, flame settling into a steady glow. Then I'll control it for as long as I must. You will regret this, the leader breathed. And when you falter, we will return. He signaled the others. Their cloaks swirled as they disappeared into the shadows of the chamber, leaving Lysa kneeling on the floor, her lantern extinguished, her spirit dimmed. Silence settled heavy and thick. Mara hurried to Alden. Are you all right? Yes, Alden whispered. But this isn't over. Snape approached Lysa, who trembled where she knelt. He knelt beside her, voice cold but not unkind. You have walked a dangerous path, he said, but it ends tonight. Lysa lifted her eyes to him, shattered resolve lingering in her gaze. Professor, I just wanted to be worthy. Snape's expression faltered, ever so slightly. Worthiness is not achieved through manipulation, nor through voices that would see you consumed. He rose. You will come with us. Your fate will be decided by the headmaster. Mara touched Alden's arm. You did it. You ended the challenge. But Alden looked toward the exit where the heirs had escaped. No, he said. I delayed it. He lifted the pyre. The flame inside glowed steady and bright, but but deep within, he sensed it still evolving, still waiting. "Something remains unfinished," Alden whispered. "The relic. It isn't complete." Snape nodded grimly. "Then we prepare for what comes next." Behind them, the guardian serpent bowed deeply, acknowledging Alden as its chosen guide. But far away, deep beneath the castle's heart, a faint tremor shivered through the earth, the heirs reaching for their next move. And the pyre, warm in Alden's hands, whispered, "The final trial."